Honorable chairs, distinguished delegates, and most esteemed guests, good morning and welcome. I am Ivanur Ahmedi, and I'm honored to be the Secretary General of Lebanon 23. I would like to emphasize the privilege we have of all being here together, in person, attending this conference, let alone the honor of holding the conference at UNESCO. For some of you, this conference marks the start of your MUN journey, while for others, it marks the end. My own MUN journey began in my bedroom during a time of pandemic and lockdown. My first conference was an online conference, my first experience through the screen of my laptop. Although unconventional and atypical, that conference sparked my hunger to grow, to adapt, develop, and emerge. Resilience, innovation, and perseverance. Those are the qualities that allow us to withstand the test of time, the unforeseen circumstances that throw us off course. They are the qualities that I believe are important to be equipped with to face the challenges ahead. They are the qualities that are highlighted under our conference theme, our ability to withstand adversity. Although we survived the pandemic, here we are again, standing on shaky ground, not only because of the financial and political situation, but also because of the recent earthquakes. The earthquakes that shook buildings, beds, and lives. The earthquakes that have shaken our sense of security and certainty. Those that experienced it and lived through it can testify that during those moments of fear and panic, fleeting seconds can drag out into hours and endless voids. How time itself is malleable according to the circumstance. We have the power to maneuver time and bend it to our will. We should take advantage of that power when we feel powerless in the world. During the pandemic, our homes were our sanctuary, but the earthquakes shook those as well. Unknowns are always pushing us and challenging us, and yet life and hope is still emerging from the rubble, showing us the importance of perseverance. A test of time. A test as to whether we will rise to the occasion again, take action for ourselves and for future generations, to make conscious decisions with often limited capacity, to preserve humanity where it is often overlooked, to come together for the sake of the greater good. It is our values that ground us in the ever-shaking world around us. From the civil rights movement to the struggle for independence, we have seen examples of individuals and communities around the world who have withstood the test of time and created lasting change. They have maintained their relevance by being able to change with the times while remaining true to their core principles and values. The United Nations is a prime example of an institution that has evolved and adapted to changing global realities over the last 75 years, remaining committed to its founding principles of peace, justice, and cooperation. The UN has withstood the test of time because it remains true to its core values while also being able to adapt to change. In honor of our conference being situated here in Lebanon, the Lebanese people are a shining example of perseverance in the face of adversity. Lebanon is a country that has faced more than its fair share of challenges, from the political instability to economic crises to natural disasters. Despite these challenges, the Lebanese have shown remarkable resilience, fortitude, and grace, demonstrating the power that comes with a united front, shared values, and a common goal. We all have the ability to channel that power within us, adjusting our sails according to the direction of the wind. Over the course of this conference, you will discuss a variety of topics, from the Russian-Ukraine war to women's rights in the Middle East to the genocide of Uyghur Muslims in China. We ask you all to strive to create long-term solutions to these imminent ongoing conflicts. As we gather here today, let us remember that the decisions we make in this conference will have a lasting impact on our world. Let us strive for solutions that will not only address current challenges, but also withstand the test of time. Let us draw upon the lessons of the past and be inspired by those who have persevered in the face of adversity. Let us walk confidently on shaky ground. Let us work together with open minds and hearts to create a better future for all. We urge all delegates, whether first-timers or well-experienced, to create resolutions that can both race against and withstand the test of time, through taking important factors into consideration and aiming for the best outcome for the international community. Best of luck, and we wish you all fruitful debates. I would like to yield the floor to Deputy Secretary General Karim Zantout.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to have you all here for Lebanon 23. So as Abanur said, this may be the first conference for many of you, and it may be your 10th. But either way, the memories that you will make here over the next 3 days are going to stay with you for many years to come. Just look around you at all the different participants here. I would like to give a special thank you to Amman National School and the American School of Kuwait for coming all this way. As well as the parents that came with them. We also have some local schools here that have came a long way, such as Rafiq Hariri High School and Hussam Ad-Din High School from Saida. Brahmana High School also joins us today, as well as Sajas High School and IC from across the street. We also have a plethora of other local schools, such as Muad Rain High School, Riyad al-Sulh Secondary School, Al Amir al-Salim High School, and Ras Beirut School. And last but not least, I would like to thank UNESCOA for allowing us to be here. I would like to thank our wonderful press team, our wonderful core, and the advisors that made it all possible. And of course, our wonderful admin staff. So now that that's out of the way, I would like to introduce our very special keynote speaker, Mrs. Diana Muallad, co-founder of thank you. Co-founder of Daraj Media in Lebanon, has been named 2022 laureate for the Arab region in the One Ifra Women in News Conference to announce the recipients of its 2022 Editorial Leadership Award. The Lebanese journalist, the Lebanese journalist, documentary producer, and director has been working in the media industry for almost 30 years, covering conflicts in Lebanon, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Yemen. She has filmed more than 50 hours of documentaries highlighting socio-political issues in the MENA region and around the world. She's also an active feminist and media trainer. So please welcome Mrs. Diana Muallad.
I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you all for attending. Thank you for Evanur and everyone who invited me. And I'm very pleased to be with you. I was awake when the world shook for 40 seconds. I rushed to check on my son. My knees were shaking, wondering if we will survive. To survive was the key word to all the events that marked our lives in the past years. The intensity of the moment of February 6th earthquake took me back 37 years ago when I first experienced random shelling and understood the feeling of shaken knees out of fear. I was going to university in Corniche al-Mazra'a when the bombing started. There were no smartphones, no social media to quickly know what was happening. I was only 17 then, and I was torn between my safety and the safety of others running in horror around me. I did not understand then why humans have to suffer and why my safety was at risk. Since that moment in 1986, I knew that nothing matters if innocent human lives are at stake. Who was responsible and how we can ensure accountability for what has happened? That question remains unanswered till today. I have been a journalist for almost 35 years. I've worked in conflict zones in Lebanon, Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, and many other countries. I have reported on war, crises, and human rights abuses. I have documented bad things, but I also have witnessed so much good. When people who have nothing offer me to stay in their humble house and share with them the little food they eat. I have seen people challenge corrupt leaders, young men and women say truth to power, support the marginalized, defend what is right, despite all the hazards and backlash. That's what made me survive the horrible stories and facts I have covered. It's the kindness of some, the courage of others, and the persistence of many. Truth and ethics intersect mostly at this moment where divisiveness, corruption, and hate thrive. As a woman journalist and a proud feminist, I need to tell you that discrimination against women, gendered disinformation are both real threats and taking significant toll on the rights and safety of women, girls, and marginalized communities. Naming difficulties and challenges can go on for a long time, but we do have our points of strength. We don't know who we are until we are forced to fight for ourselves and for others. It's hard for me to remember living in Lebanon without war, crisis, or complications that made thousands of young men and women leave the country. I learned as a journalist that without facts, there is no truth. And without truth, there is no trust and democracy. And it becomes impossible to deal with the existential problems of our times: financial crisis, lack of accountability, inequality, and many more. I can see bright, young, committed faces here around me. I know you have so many challenges and questions about your future, and during your path, you have to know what values you are fighting for. You have to draw the lines early. We are at a difficult time indeed, and it's up to you to think and decide, what are you willing to do? The damage has been done, and now is the time to think and create the world we want, a world of peace, trust, and empathy. I would like to end with a sentence that inspired me. A society grows great when old people plant trees, the shadow of which they know they will never sit in. Good people do things for other people. It's an honor to stand before you here. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to the LabMUN 23. I wish you all the best of luck during your discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Diana Mu'allid, for your insightful speech about journalism and your journey throughout Lebanon and your work.
Thank you.
My name is Nazukat, and today we would like to take a couple of audience questions. So if anyone has any questions, please raise your hand and an admin will pass by and give you a microphone. So questions? Ms. Shalhoub, could someone hand her mic?
Good morning, and thank you for being here. I have a question about what might have been your most challenging assignment so far and why.
Definitely covering war is the most challenging because you're witnessing lives at stake. I've covered wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, here in Lebanon. It's different when you cover difficulties and hardships in your own country. When you are visiting different countries, you empathize with people, you try to do what is best. But sometimes when it hits you inside your house, inside your country, it's really challenging your own safety, the people you love, and the country that you belong to. So it's always difficult when you are suffering that what others are suffering. So definitely what's happening in Lebanon has its toll on me personally.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? Yes.
I would like to ask, what gave you the courage to walk this path? Like, what kind of motivated you?
It's simply to do the right thing. When you see so many injustices, when you see people are suffering, when I lived through the Lebanese civil war and saw people dying for nothing, for corrupt leaders, and those same leaders are still running the country, you question sanity sometimes and what you should do. I believe that my role as a journalist in exposing corruption and exposing wrongdoings is key, not only for me, but for others to take right decisions. So basically, those little things made me keep going. It's believing in what's right.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, over there.
Thank you. How long did it take you to mentally recover? To mentally recover?
I don't think I have. To mentally recover, this is a good question. I think it's how we react. I don't think that we can ever recover atrocities or losing loved ones. It's always how you react to it. I believe working in journalism, working as a journalist, covering real stories, real human lives is my treatment, is my cure.
Thank you.
All right. Let's take someone in the center right there.
As someone with experience, what suggestions do you have in case someone walked the same path as you did?
I recommend that you don't give up easily because it is very challenging. It might be depressive sometimes. Nothing depressing for a journalist more than exposing wrongdoings and feeling that nothing is changing. I've been covering certain stories for more than 30 years. Until today, I don't see much difference and much change. But doing the right thing, trying to convince, trying to educate people, is key to keep me doing. It's not to lose trust in humanity, not to lose belief, and keep doing it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, the guy, the suit at the back line.
Have you ever thought about giving up?
Yes, but I never did. Sometimes it faces me, especially when I see corrupt leaders, autocrats still remain in power despite all the wrongdoings. I get this feeling when I feel that there's no accountability working, but I always take it out of my head and keep moving. The people who are in need, not necessarily poverty, but people who are struggling for truth, people who are struggling for justice, are the ones who keep me going and doing what I'm doing. So no, I will never give up.
You said that you tried, but you haven't seen any changes till now.
No, there are changes. Sorry to interrupt. There are changes, but not as much I was wishing for. So as I'm a feminist and I'm a women activist, I've been working on the so-called crimes of honor for more than 25 years. Those crimes are still happening till today. Does that mean it's over? It's not over. The need to have more awareness, the need to change laws is still there. So to me, because there are still crimes, that there are still the discrimination against women and girls, that is what's keeping me going on and try to do what I'm doing. The crimes are still there, but the awareness is much more. People are talking more about it. So the level of awareness is not as much as I was desiring, but it's still there. So we need to be a bit patient because change doesn't happen quickly. And this is the real test of time, the title of your conference. Change doesn't happen quickly. It's really the accumulation. It's really the building for the future, what works.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll take a couple more, just the girl right there in the brown dress.
Thank you for your speech. I wanted to ask, what is an example of good in which you saw where a country was either war-torn or with crises?
There are lots of good examples. It started from just humble people, from human rights defenders, for people who gave their lives to truth, who gave their lives for justice. I can name many, many names, not only in one country. Those are the ones who kept me going. And I think they inspired not only me, they inspired lots of people who are working in the public sphere.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, let's take that guy.
What's the most important thing that you've learned over your career?
Is not to judge. This is what the most important thing. I was raised in traditional society, full of stereotypes, of set ideas. My career, my experience, meeting with people taught me not to judge, and to have more empathy with people, and to get rid of many stereotypes that was filling my head when I was growing up in your age. I'm sure that nowadays the level of awareness and knowledge is higher during my previous years, but still, I think it is important to have empathy and not to have any judgments towards the people till you know the story, then you make up your mind.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We'll just take. Thank you. We'll just take a couple more. That guy in the suit right there.
My question is, how has the traumatic events you've been through and the many events that your field of work has put you through impacted your daily life?
Lots of anxiety. Well, it affected me in a way that it made me more aware of what's happening around me. It's a difficult question because I believe that my work is my treatment, as I mentioned before. I'm not suffering from any mental issues, don't worry, but it is affecting me. Seeing lots of injustices and discrimination, it has its toll, not only on me, on many others who are living here in the country. I'm sure you're experiencing it on a daily basis. Again, my work is my therapy, is my response to the injustices that I've been and many of us have been going through. I believe in Lebanon. I believe in you. I believe in the future. And I think we should keep doing what we're doing because this is the only solution. We don't want to turn into criminals, into warlords, and to corrupt people. We want to be good. And this country and this world deserves that. So this is what I believe in. This is what's keeping me on.
Thank you. We'll take one more question and then I'll close out. Okay. Let's take the guy in the gray suit. Yes, you.
I speak on this. So first of all, I wanted to thank you for everything you've sacrificed during your time in journalism. And I want to ask you what gave you the courage to continue doing journalism even though you knew it could impact your safety?
Because I think without journalism, the corrupt and autocrat leaders will remain in power. And I believe in the role of journalism to make you and many more take right decisions, because without knowing truth, without knowing facts, without knowing what's happening, real stories, how would you make your proper decision? How would you know? How would you evaluate? How would you go to elections? So I think my role as a journalist is key. Not only me, everybody in this society, teacher, researcher, doctor, student, every one of us has to play a role. And I love my work. I'm very passionate about it. And I think I will keep doing it to the last day of my life.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And wait, stay, because I have one last question. During your speech, you mentioned how important truth is to journalism and the work that you do. How do you go about finding truth when there can be so many different truths in the country and worldwide?
There are different narratives, but truth comes from real facts, from real values, from real experience. We can argue a lot about whether we want Green Party or Democratic Party or conservative, but let's not disagree on the lives of people, on discrimination. We should not argue about discriminating against anybody in the society, whether women, girls, domestic workers, immigrants, whomever. So let's have the basic values, the basic human rights values, and then build our narratives. So to me, this is key. Let's know what's right and wrong, because now everything is blurry. And sometimes you have leaders mixing up narratives and trying to present that the wrongdoings are right. So there are mixed realities that all of you need to really vet, investigate, and build up your own opinion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
A big round of applause for our keynote speaker. Thank you so much. And now for the next portion, I'd like to hand it off to our Chief of Staff, Haya Ghazali, for her to talk about our MUN program.
Hi, everyone. I'm Haya Ghazali. I'm the Chief of Staff. I want to say a quick hi to everyone back home who's watching on the live stream, and a huge thank you to Talia Eted for hosting on that end. In addition to Kareem's gratitude, I'd like to also extend a huge thank you to the students of Rene Mawad, Riyad al-Saleh, Ras Beirut, and Al-Amin Shakib Irslan Secondary School. Throughout the course of the year, we collaborated with these schools and hosted MUN sessions at ACS. I had the honor of leading the program and watching them grow as both delegates and people, from their knowledge on global politics to their surges in confidence. In the face of earthquakes, road closures, and protests, their passion for the program never wavered. They have inspired both their coaches and I in their persistence and willingness to learn. Because God knows, if I tried to do what they do every session in my second language, I would not be where they are today. You're an example to all of us, and I'm so, so proud of you. I will now be passing the floor to Mr. Abdullah to discuss some behavioral expectations and security protocols.
Thank you, Haya. Good morning. On behalf of the core team, advisors, and ACS, I would like to welcome you to our Lebanon 23 conference. Please do your best over the next 3 days to make this experience memorable learning experience. There are a few things that I would like to remind the delegates of, and the participants as well. ESCWA has been very generous in offering the place for us over the past 3-4 years, I can't remember now. So please be respectful to the place, be respectful to the equipment, and put your trash in the designated places if you have any. Also, please be respectful to your fellow delegates, to your advisors, to your chairs, to the ESCWA staff, and to the security as well. Follow their instruction time. Please be reminded that you cannot use your phones during the sessions and that no food can be allowed into the premises. Our Instagram account has been modified now. We have a new account, Lebanon 23. We will be posting on this new account over the next 3 days. So please enjoy the conference, learn, meet new people, and have a great conference. Have a good day.
I would now like to officially declare Lebanon in session. Delegates, we will now have a break and the committees will start at 10 sharp. Please remain in the main hall. There are snacks and drinks available. So we will direct you where to go from there. Thank you.
What do you need? We need to put an alphabet. Where should we put our bag? Give me straight. I need you guys. I need you guys. No. No. لا بكتب مع صدق كتير صراحة. Okay, but just like put the letters on like A is here. Put K.
He's after
Put them in the folder.
I'll take us. No, you wanna let them drop them down to this.
No,
Yes.
because half of them already have. Where's H? We're getting back up here with the. What do I'm doing? Yeah. Yeah, doing this.
Be like this.
Okay, shut up. This hour? Yeah, it's fine. This, alphabet. Now just stack the letters on top of each other. Guys, do you have an H? There's H. Is there an S? Yeah, S is with him. Is there a J? No. S.
Why? Two.
I know. Is there an R? N. Is there a U? Yeah. Yeah, U. Is there an N? E. A. A. Okay, done. Oh, where's you from? Is there Ukraine? Yeah, you is here. Australia. Australia's with an A. Yeah, they're gone. Okay, these are all S. Okay.
Wow, it looks good. Number two, I need you guys.
Okay, Habibi, wait.
Hello, you very good. Whatever it is, after we're done with like putting the name, you take one, each one based on the country, put the country inside of it. Inside of it. If you want, let's put the folders down. Different folder. Yeah.
That's open. Guys, I'm vice president. I don't know what's going on. I think each one in every place. So like every placard should have one of these. Put them on the desk. Oh, that's fun.
Okay.
Everyone, like all the delegates? Outside, come outside and tell everybody. I want all the students back in the room. At 9:30, for security. يلا يلا بين بس I want to know. You
Hi, Hazin. You keep it.
I know.
I don't know. My knowledge is limited. I try, but I'm not. It's gonna look different. I try hard, to be honest.
Now, we put the allocation of the price and cost. Okay, I'm not sure.
عندي واي فاي ما عندي انترنت.
Yeah, it's in the folder.
Excuse me. Discussing different right now. So, right now, if we're not in the. If you. I don't know.
Start your screen.
Yeah,
The council, yeah, she wants everybody here.
Yeah, I know, but
for security.
we
You want
to set up first.
You want him to tell everybody you guys to come inside at 9:30? I think so.
Yeah, we gotta go there. Shadow or something. Let us go outside, tell everyone 9:30, come in here.
9:40? Will they hear me outside?
9:30, 9:30.
Minutes.
9:30, be back in this.
Use
Yeah,
this?
yeah, yeah.
I'm making the show.
Hello, hello. 9:30. Yeah. Smile. 9:30 back in the General Assembly room at 9:30. And so smart. Yeah. Smile. 9:30 back in the General Assembly room. This is 9:30. 9:30. General assemblies. Yeah. No, everyone. Everyone.
Let's go to our committee.
Is this mic? Oh, yeah, it worked. It works. Look. Testing, testing.
Notes? Hello. تقول 107 107 It's probably like 5.
Oh, turn it on. I don't know. Hello.
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 خلاص. Hi, how are you guys? No. All members. All
Hi, everyone. Can everybody hear me?
Put it.
Okay, please be seated. We're gonna go over security in the building. This is very important. And then we're gonna give you all your committee rooms. So you need to listen up to know where you need to go. Please do not touch anything in the folders. Those are for GA. Do not touch the placards. Do not play with the mics. Thank you.
I just chose to be.
Chicken.
Oh.
Hello. Everybody. Stop playing with the mic.
Delegates, please do not touch the folders.
Delegate, please do not. Delegate. Please do not touch the volume.
Congratulations.
Why are you watching our math, brother? So cute.
Sabaho.
No, stop.
That's touching the stone.
Genitals. No. Around. Say hi.
Delegate of.
Say hello. My name is Salim Mansoor.
Hello, I am the delegate of Spain. I am the delegate of Russia.
Look at the live stream wave. Jump up. Delegates. I can see where I am. Please take your seats. Oh.
All right, good morning, everyone. I need your attention, please, everyone. All right, first of all, please put your phones on silent for a moment. And we will not have Wi-Fi, okay, after this. There will be no Wi-Fi, so we're gonna have to just communicate via notepads, all right? There are a few things we want to call to your attention to. You will see it in the video in a moment, but some of the microphones have foam covering on them. Please do not remove those under any circumstances, okay? Just take really good care of the place in general. As Mr. Abdullah said earlier, no trash, anything you need to throw away, please, we'll provide waste bins. Please put them in the bins. Leave the place clean when you go out. Organize your papers. Don't leave them laying around on the table. Make sure they're neat and organized. And keep your personal affairs with you at all times. I just saw some purses out on the table in the lobby. So please do not leave your personal things. I realize you're going to put them in your rooms in a moment and you will leave them there, okay? But when we leave for breaks, the rooms have to be clean and they'll be checked periodically throughout the day. All right, we're going to watch a short video in a minute about security in general at ESCWA. So you'll need to pay close attention to that. All right. Thank you. Tiara, guys, are we ready? All right.
Welcome to the United Nations House. This is a building evacuation and fire safety briefing. So in case of an emergency, you need to know the proper procedures to follow. The Security and Safety section is responsible to initiate the evacuation process, and you will be notified by the fire alarm, followed by a message through the public address system. Following the fire alarm, the Security and Safety section will make two announcements. First announcement.
This is the Security and Safety section. May I have your attention, please? The fire alarm has been activated. We are investigating the situation. Please remain calm and stand by for further instructions. Thank you.
Second announcement. In case of a real alarm.
This is the Security and Safety section. May I have your attention, please? It is an emergency. Please evacuate the building through the nearest emergency exit. Please follow all instructions given by the security personnel and fire wardens.
After hearing the announcements, collect your belongings. Do not use the elevators. Leave towards the nearest emergency exit and follow the instruction of the security. On the stairs, evacuate in uniform speed. Prevent crowding and shouting. Keep your shoulder to the wall side and assist others if needed.
In case you need aid to evacuate, please inform the medical unit or the security and safety section in order to prepare for a convenient alternative method of evacuation. When you reach the ground floor, do not meet the security who will direct you to the assembly area. Stay at the assembly area and never leave without the authorization of the security personnel.
Okay, I just want to remind you one last thing. Please do not run in the corridors or in the rooms as well, and keep your voices down. Last year we had some running and the security came. They thought it was an emergency. So please just stay calm at all times and be respectful. Thank you. Here's Haya.
Okay, guys, so we're gonna get Yashari. I'll have someone take you in a few minutes. Okay, so we're gonna distribute you based on your councils now. If you're in GA, you're gonna be staying in here, so no need to go anywhere. If you're HRC, Lana Ghazali, please stand up. Okay, she's in the back. If you're HRC, please move to her. And she's gonna lead you to 500A, which is your council. Everyone else, please remain seated. Come on. Huh? Yeah, we're starting. Okay. Can Samara please stand up? And she's gonna move to the back of the room. And if you're in URDC, please follow her. She's right here. And she's gonna lead you to 600A with Khalid Kassar. Thank you. Yeah, go to the. Sure, I'm so sorry.
I start now?
Yes, I did.
What time do I finish?
Check the schedule.
No, the schedule says start time at 10.
Break is at the same time. Oh. Remember lunch one is. Yeah, but you end at the same time. Everything else is the same. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
We need one advisor with each group. So if your school, some of your students are going up, please accompany them. If you can be one advisor with each group, that would be great. Thank you.
Stewie. No.
Yeah. Okay, guys, we're gonna be starting committees at 9:45, but we're gonna start moving now. IMF, Nina Zaytoun is in the back. She's over there. If you're in that committee, please move that way, and it's in room 300A.
Was it no one in IMF? When you did that.
Copy, Adine, you're good? Good.
This was the only thing I was scared about.
Why am I logged out of all of my phone?
Yeah.
Come on, baby, take you back.
I love you.
I'm going to leave. Okay, now Jacques Kilani's in the back. He's president of EcoSoc. If you're in EcoSoc, please move that way. Also, Jad, please take the stairs. We are not allowed to use the elevator to get to floor MZ. It's one floor. Bro, when Gianna said that's a time, I was like, yeah.
Where's Ryan?
Okay, who's next? Okay, let's do MEC now. John Paul Ziede is going to be in the back and follow him. He will take you. You didn't change my no. Maybe. Hassan, go to the back. Hassan. Okay, next is Security Council. Hassan's in the back. Go to him. I was gonna make it ginger, but I was like, not the time.
GA stay here.
Huh?
GA stay here.
Yeah. Is there anyone? So I'm going to assume everybody left is in GA. Yes, they left. Okay. Huh? Okay. If you're GA, please stay here and find your seats, okay? Okay. They're fine.
And if we need you,
We need you. إيه
Because I need to.
Okay. Hello.
Delegates, you may get settled in, work on your opening speeches as well. We're going to be starting shortly. Yeah?
I was gonna be here, but I was like.
Right to vote. Except Amnesty International. Delegates, you may direct your questions to the chair, Melanie, and Chair Nasser. Please don't ask specific questions for anyone to the admins. They're here to help with like note passing and escorting to the bathroom.
Good morning. Good morning, delegates. Delegates, we're going to start in a bit. If you can just sit in your seats. Delegates, just before we start the formal session, who here with a show of hands has written their opening speech on paper? Okay, who here doesn't have it on paper? Okay, in that case, we might make slight exceptions, but please, delegates, if you're going last or before last, try your best to write it down on paper. And okay, that's it.
Hello.
Delegates, before we start, can you please everyone turn their placards towards the chairs, facing the chairs. For those who are sitting in the back, I don't know, keep them on the table. For those who are sitting on the middle row, try to put them on the plastic. Okay, perfect. Thank you, delegates. Thank you. Good morning, delegates. Delegates. Good morning, delegates. Delegates, the House shall come to order. The chair reminds all delegates that at this time, personal pronouns, side conversations, and cell phones will be out of order. Delegates, we will now be calling roll call. Delegates are reminded when called on to answer with present and voting when the delegation is called on. Delegate of Uganda. Delegates, please answer with present and voting. How does a delegate, is the delegate present and voting? Delegates, when your delegation is called on for roll call, you should answer with either present or present and voting.
President in voting.
Please press on it.
President in voting.
Present and voting, okay. Delegate of Germany,
Present and voting.
delegate of Ukraine. Yes, delegates, please, when talking for those especially in the back, please try using
Present
microphones.
and voting.
Yes, thank you, delegate. Delegate of Yemen,
Present.
delegate of Belarus,
Present and voting.
delegate of Lebanon,
Present and voting.
delegate of Pakistan,
Present and voting.
delegate of Human Rights Watch,
Present and voting.
delegate of Switzerland,
Present and voting.
delegate of Spain,
Present and voting.
delegate of Poland,
Present and voting.
delegate of France,
Present and voting.
delegate of Russia,
Present and voting.
delegate of Egypt,
Present and voting.
delegate of Saudi Arabia,
Present and voting.
delegate of Finland,
Present and voting.
delegate of Kazakhstan,
Present and voting.
delegate of Vietnam, delegate of Vietnam, delegate of Sweden,
Present and voting.
delegate of Netherlands,
Present and voting.
delegate of Afghanistan,
Present and voting.
delegate of Kuwait,
Present and voting.
delegate of UAE,
Present and voting.
delegate of Syria,
Present and voting.
delegate of Australia,
Present and voting.
delegate of Amnesty International, delegate of Amnesty International, okay. Delegate of Turkey,
Present and voting.
delegate of Algeria,
Present and voting.
delegate of United Kingdom,
Present and voting.
delegate of United States of America,
Present and voting.
delegate of Denmark,
Present and voting.
delegate of Armenia,
Present and voting.
delegate of Uzbekistan,
Present and voting.
delegate of Georgia,
Present and voting.
delegate of Qatar,
Present and voting.
delegate of India,
Present and voting.
delegate of Greece,
Present and voting.
delegate of Iran,
Present and voting.
delegate of Singapore,
Present and voting.
delegate of South Africa, delegate of Sudan, delegate of Sudan,
Present and voting.
delegate of Japan,
Present and voting.
delegate of Iraq, delegate of Iraq,
Present and voting.
delegate of Croatia.
Present and voting.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates, please keep in mind when talking, when you don't talk, please close your microphones. So delegate of you of KSA, and please turn off your microphone. Okay, thank you, delegates. Delegates, we will now commence with opening speech. The chair will set a speaking time of maximum. We will call onto your delegation. Once called onto your delegation, please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Delegate of Uganda, you have been recognized. Please approach the podium to. Delegate of Uganda, please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Yes, delegate. Delegate, do you motion to approach the chair? Can the delegate please approach the chair? Yes. Delegate of Uganda, you may begin. Yes, take your time. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies and fellow delegates,
The delegate of Republic of Uganda is honored to be here today. Imagine having a bunch of eagles in a cage, cutting their wings to prevent them from escaping this cage. After a while, these eagles were left in the wild again. Are the eagles expected to fly again in the wild? That's exactly what the delegate of Uganda believed happened for the Middle Eastern countries. The root of causing countries to be unable to stand alone, causing lack of political stability, should be clearly identified. And many different countries were direct victims of imperialism and colonization, which is a major reason for refugees. Those victims were left alone in the wild after years of being caged in colonies. So high-privileged nation which promoted imperialism should provide high hospitality to all victims caused by their initial aggressions. Uganda follow an open door policy that we believe should be extended to the world. Uganda is against the use of nuclear energy due to the risk of disaster, such as what happened in Chernobyl. Chernobyl affected Italy greatly, and according to the WITS, Italy is the 5th largest trade market for Uganda. And since Uganda is a developing country, such as the catastrophe that happens in the world will affect the economy in great extent. Furthermore, Chernobyl affected the United Kingdom, a member in the Commonwealth, in addition for Uganda. In conclusion, refugees are victims of life consequences they were forced to live. Therefore, they deserve the highest hospitality instead what I've been suffering from for years. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Can the delegate please give the floor back to the chair?
Sorry?
Can the delegate please give the floor back to the chair? So yielded. What? So yielded. Oh, so yielded. So yielded.
I can't hear you. So yielded.
Thank you, delegate. Thank you. Delegate of Germany, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable chairs, fellow delegates, as members of the same world, it is only fair that each and every one of us work as a whole to improve the serenity of the entire human race. In 2019, 43.5 million people were displaced worldwide. And in 2022, that number surpassed the mark of 100 million individuals being forced to leave their homes. Germany takes the situation at heart and is accordingly the second largest refugee hosting country in the world, with around 2.2 million refugees, and has dedicated plenty of resources for the amelioration of the condition of refugees by providing their basic needs like education, deployment, and safety, as well as ensuring the equality of all people that arrive from diverse homelands. Fellow delegates, no state alone has the vital competence to deal effectively with the discussed issues. This can only be promised with the joint cooperation of all parties. Germany has many ideas to be implemented and disputed, and hence calls upon states to focus effectively with dealing with aiding lives. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
Yes, I yield the floor.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate, please refrain from using personal pronouns. I. Please refrain from using personal pronouns, such as I.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Ukraine, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Delegates, just a general reminder, refrain from using personal pronouns once in formal session. Thank you, delegates. Yes, delegate.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
I want to go to the bathroom.
Okay, delegate. Can one of the admins please escort this delegate of Russia to the bathroom? One of the male delegates, male chairs. Thank you. Yes, you may proceed.
Honorable chairs and fellow delegates, Ukraine has suffered more than 14,059 civilian casualties to date and has seen hundreds of thousands of people killed or wounded in action and 30,000 civilian deaths. Clearly, with the situation that Ukraine is in, it does not offer hospitality to Arab refugees or any refugees for that matter. Rather, Ukrainians have become refugees themselves. The many events of the past are also continuously affecting Ukraine for the worst, including the Chernobyl disaster that has put Ukraine under an everlasting curse of radioactive radiation. The official story was meant to pass blame to the operators and not to the designers of the flawed reactor that failed to inform Ukrainian scientists of the error that has Ukraine on a chokehold to this day. We as a committee must come together to make sure that a mistake like this doesn't ever happen again, for the sake of everyone. The delegate of Ukraine wishes for a fruitful debate. Thank you. I yield the floor back to the chairs, sir.
Thank you, delegate. Thank you. Delegate of Belarus, you've been recognized. Please rise, please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Yes, delegate. Yes, delegate.
Sorry, point of information. In what order are we going?
This is going to be based on alphabet. This is based on the order that we have. So it's not on alphabetical order, but you guys are seated on alphabetical order.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Honorable chairs and fellow delegates. No one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land, said Warsan Shah. Belarus deeply sympathizes with the lost, hungry, and cold souls coming from the Middle East, yet unfortunately we are unable to take them in since we're already taking in thousands from our neighboring country, Ukraine. This is because we refuse to allow any of our neighbors to remain stranded. Furthermore, 70% of radioactive fallout from the Chernobyl disaster landed in Belarus, heavily affecting 1/4 of our country, 1/5 of our agricultural land, and at least 7 million people. To this day, many of our citizens in border towns near the Chernobyl disaster are still affected by the radiation. The Republic of Belarus urges all members to partake in helping each other, those in need, and working together to solve this issue. The delegate wishes for a fruitful debate. Thank you. I yield the floor back. The delegate yields the floor back to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegates for the future, when the delegate would yield the floor back to the chair after the chair asks the delegate if the delegate yields the floor back to the chair, because further on into the conference, the delegate would have the opportunity to yield the floor to other delegates with the permission of the chair, of course. Delegate of Pakistan, delegate of Lebanon, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Point of personal privilege. May I go to the restroom?
Who's talking?
Australia.
Yes. One of the admins, can you please escort delegate of Australia to the bathroom? Thank you, delegate.
Honorable chairs and fellow esteemed delegates, the delegation of Lebanon would like to stress that we live in exponential times, with over 100 million individuals have been forced from their homes to other countries around the world. With the war and disasters like the Syrian civil war and the Ukrainian Chernobyl, the world is in need of progress and development. Lebanon hopes that this MUN conference, we will be able to establish agreement and not simply fail resolutions, but to amend resolutions in order to help the world. Set a general example for the future so that no one is in need to flee their home. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
The delegate yields the floor back to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Thank you. Delegate of Pakistan, the floor is.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
Can I go to the toilet?
You may. May one of the admins please escort delegate of Georgia to the bathroom? Thank you. Delegate of Pakistan, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
There are over 1,490,000 Pakistani refugees scattered all around the earth without access to their basic rights and needs. Honorable dais and fellow delegates, this issue has gone too far. The Pakistani refugees are lacking asylum, and that is caused by the mere absence of cooperation. On our mission to bring these refugees a glimmer of hope, we have conducted a joint program with the UNHCR called the Refugee Affected and Hosting Areas. It is a program which has played an integral part in patching the refugee issue. Pakistan holds 6 active power plants, and that is causing paranoia between citizens and officials. Due to the Chernobyl disaster, noting the devastating effect the Chernobyl disaster has caused. The Pakistani government has been taking extreme precautions of its nuclear energy and utmost care of how it is stored. The delegate of Pakistan wishes that all delegates present join to this campaign of fighting for refugees and preventing any further nuclear disasters.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
The delegate of Pakistan yields the floor back to the chair.
Thank you, delegate. Delegates, just another reminder, when asked that question, delegates can just answer with so yielded instead of saying the full sentence. But yeah, that's great. Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Human Rights Watch, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
The delegate would like to take a moment in honor of the Chernobyl disaster victims and the refugees who lost dear people to them. Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, as a delegate of the renowned organization, Human Rights Watch, we stand by those people, and we have always given our continuous support by exposing the constant threats they are subjected to. A methodology used over the times, stated by others as naming and shaming, we investigate, expose, and change corrupted aspects of different governments. The British writer Warsan Shire has once said, "No one puts their children on a boat unless the water is safer than the land." The Middle Eastern refugees have been in constant war trying to seek better privileged countries to guard them from their own terrors. However, the delegate can assure its stand with both. So we must follow up with the refugees' rights in the neighboring countries, that since health, and the aftermath of disaster. Consequently, we should set down those programs to support both disasters, to ensure the safety and health of the refugees and citizens. Therefore, the delegate asks for support to work on those matters, because if we didn't, then who will? Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yielded.
Thank you, delegate. Yeah, delegate of Pakistan.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, please rise and state your point of personal privilege.
I want to go to the restroom.
Granted, delegate. May one of the admins please escort the delegate to the bathroom. Delegates also, whenever coming to the podium, please bring your placards with you so you can put it at the top of the podium. That way, delegates know who is speaking. Delegate of Switzerland, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates. Today is more than just alarming numbers and statistics. It's about finding solutions. We gather here to confront not one, but two of the most pressing issues of our time. The refugee crisis in the Middle East, where millions were forced to flee their homes due to violence and persecution, leaving behind everything they know and love, which has taken also an undeniable toll on under-resourced host countries. And the tragic Chernobyl disaster that claimed thousands of lives and left a legacy of problems that still persist today. Switzerland has always been known for its humanitarian efforts and its commitment to international cooperation. That's why it continues to uphold a leading role in providing shelter, education, protection, financial support, and a chance for victims to rebuild their lives. Delegates, these are not just humanitarian crises, they're crises of consciousness and morality. Now more than ever, we need to merge our efforts and find practical and effective responses. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yielded.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Spain, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates. Refugees are mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and children with the same hopes and ambitions as us, except that a twist of fate has bound their lives to a global refugee crisis on an unprecedented scale, said Khaled Hosseini, a prominent novelist. Wars, social unrest, and economic hardship in the Middle East have caused more than 50% of its population to flee to neighboring nations. The employment and training services in Spain have supported refugees in their search for work and reintegration into society. Spain also registered asylum applications to protect political refugees from different regions like Morocco and Venezuela. Likewise, the occurrence of the Chernobyl disaster led citizens to flee their country. Spain has offered shelter for the children of the Chernobyl after the occurrence of the Ukraine war. Spain's goal is to assist these forcibly displaced individuals by rebuilding their lives and reintegrating them into society. Sensibly, the delegate of Spain proposes that all nations present focus on means of providing healthcare and financial resources to the refugees in collaboration with international organizations such as the WHO and ECOSOC. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yielded.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Poland, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Delegate side talk is out of order.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, millions of people from the Middle East are being forced to leave their home countries due to war, seeking hospitality and inaccessibility to basic rights. According to the Deputy Minister Paweł Jablonski, Poland has donated nearly 30.8 million euros. They went towards humanitarian aid to the Middle East since 2017, and Poland has confirmed its commitment to assist Syrian refugees by hosting communities in neighboring countries. Moving forward, one of the hugest and most devastating accidents in commercial nuclear power history, the Chernobyl disaster. It caused countless radiation-related disasters. Health, food, and economy have as well been an issue. Nonetheless, Poland has supported Ukraine by distributing iron needles, which were given to people for protection purposes from radioactive exposures. Therefore, the delegate of Poland calls for action to provide practical and sustainable solutions for this critical issue with the cooperation of all countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yielded.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of France, Delegate of France, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the delegate of France is honored to be in your presence. The delegate of France would like to point out that France has a history of welcoming refugees. France usually welcomes around 5,000 refugees per year. In the recent years, France have been getting increased amount of refugees and asylum seekers per year, and mostly from the Middle East. There has been debates how the refugees would collide with the French citizens and integrate with the French society. But the French government have been working to balance its commitment, community, and providing asylum with concerns about in society. Moving on to the second topic, once the radioactive clouds passed on by France and its neighboring countries, France has warned its people to ensure their safety by not eating fresh produced products and distributed iodine pills. The delegate of France hopes for a peacemaking and problem-solving debate.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair? Yes, thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Russia, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable chairs, esteemed delegate, and noble guests.
The delegate of Russia is delighted to attend such a prestigious conference. Russia supports Middle Eastern citizens seeking refuge in countries with better privileges, as it sees that every human has the right to seek better living conditions than the ones that are provided in their home countries. And Russia also thinks that even though the refugees may take the jobs of the natives, they shouldn't lead to a major crisis, since immigrant will help with the development of the country, leading to more jobs in the future as more factories and workshops will open with the country's development. However, Russia implies that the refugee should not expect a warm treatment or consideration from the native, as they illegally trespassed another country's border. Moving to Chernobyl disaster effects. Russia sees that it's not responsible for this issue since it happened inside Ukraine's border. More importantly, Russia sees that Ukraine needs to take responsibility for the people affected by the radiation by providing them with free health care and paying a reasonable amount of money for their families if they die or get crippled. In addition to that, Russia sees that Ukraine should also put houses and apartments away from the nuclear area to the people who also lost their homes because of the disaster. However, Russia is ready to take responsibility for this disaster if Ukraine gave up on the area of Chernobyl for Russia. The delegate of Russia hopes that the fellow delegates will engage in a relevant debate to make this conference productive.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yield.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Egypt, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Yes, delegate.
Point of information, for Russia, the delegate of Russia,
Delegate, points of information for opening speeches will not be, are not a thing. Delegate, points of information are going to be after for speeches, not opening speeches. Thank you, delegate.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the delegate of Egypt is honored to be attending such a prestigious conference. The delegate of Egypt is with the Middle Eastern refugees seeking hospitality in states of higher privilege. The Middle East is currently facing unprecedented challenges, such as political unrest, armed conflicts, economic crisis, and natural disasters. These difficulties have forced millions to flee their homes and become refugees. The international community has the responsibility to provide protection and support to these refugees, but many countries have not fulfilled their obligations, leaving refugees in overcrowded and under-resourced camps or subject to discrimination. Moving on to the Chernobyl disaster, its impact still affects people in Ukraine, Belarus, and nearby countries through radiation exposure. This incident has highlighted the risks of nuclear energy and emphasized the necessity of an international framework for nuclear safety. Egypt acknowledges the importance of nuclear power to meet its growing energy needs, committed to prioritizing safety and security. Egypt sees the potential for nuclear energy to meet global demands, provided it is conducted responsibly and transparently with a strong emphasis on safety, security, and non-proliferation. The delegate of Egypt hopes for a constructive and engaging debate.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yielded.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate, please turn off the microphone and bring your placard. Yeah, thank you, delegate. Delegate of KSA, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable chairs and fellow delegates, the delegate of Saudi Arabia is grateful to be in this conference. The wars in the Middle East cause a displacement and crisis. Since Saudi Arabia is a big country and have the great possibility to contain refugees, the country of Saudi Arabia has no objection to receiving the refugees.
regardless of that Saudi Arabia is home to more than 3 million refugees who are Syrians, Palestinians, and Omanis, and they all enjoy their human rights as citizens. Why? Saudi Arabia was one of the countries that felt the global impact of the Chernobyl disaster, the worst disaster of the history of nuclear power. Which occurred on April 26, 1986 in Ukraine. This explosion caused significant damage to the environment and the human health. Despite being located thousands of miles away, Saudi Arabia monitored the spread of radiation and took precautions to protect citizens. Also, this disaster serves as a reminder of the importance of nuclear safety and the interconnectedness of our world, and hopes that the areas that have been exposed to the radiation will be treated in the near future. Delegate of Saudi Arabia hope for a good debate.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate hit the floor back to the chair? Sorry. Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Finland, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the delegate of Finland is honored to be attending such a prestigious conference. Finland is one of 20 countries in the world that has pledged to receive Middle Eastern refugees, especially Syrian refugees. Since Finland is positive about the situation, it has opened its doors to refugees following the United Nations quota in 2013. In Finland, refugees are treated equally to native citizens by having the right to use all public health services in the same manner as Finnish residents and for the same client fee as local residents. Refugees may also choose the town or district of their choice after receiving the permanent resident permit. On the other hand, we have the Chernobyl nuclear accident that occurred on April 26, 1986, at the Unit 4 reactor in the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in the north of Ukraine. Ever since the disaster, nothing has been done in its concern and has not been under any supervision either. Considering the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, the disaster has been long forgotten and has been in the least of their concern. Keeping in mind that the area is still very dangerous for the reactor where the accident happened is still emitting very dangerous radiations that, if not taken care of, can cause critical problems, some of which are thyroid cancer. The delegate of Finland hopes for a constructive solution to the topic at hand.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair? Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Kazakhstan, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable chairs and fellow delegates, the delegate of Kazakhstan is grateful to be a part of this conference. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world, bounded on the north by Russia and on the east by China. Despite the large population of Kazakhstan, only fewer than 1/5 of the more than 8 million Kazakh, approximately being 1,600,000 Kazakh, live outside Kazakhstan, mainly in Uzbekistan, Russia, and China. While the reasons behind the accelerated ethnic exodus differ, experts tend to agree that socioeconomic factors play perhaps the major role. This also explains the growing share of ethnic Kazakhs among migrants, leaving mostly for better economic and educational opportunities. But refugee problems can be solved through voluntary repatriation, through resettlement overseas, and through integration, either in the country of present residence or in combination with inter-European migration. However, Kazakhstan can't forget the effects of the Chernobyl disaster in Ukraine. The Chernobyl disaster was a nuclear accident that occurred on the 26th of April, 1986, which caused serious radiation and sickness between 50 and 185 million marine calories of radionuclides escaping the atmosphere and humans suffering long-term negative health effects. But in Kazakhstan, it caused cracks and fissures that leaked radioactive gases beyond the site and polluted vast areas in its seas. The solution of this disaster was that the last reactor in operation site was shut down and the phase of decommissioning began in 15th December, the year 2000. The delegate of Kazakhstan hopes for a fruitful debate and is looking forward to finding a common solution with both sides. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair? Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Vietnam, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Delegate of Vietnam. Delegate of Sweden, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable chairs and fellow delegates, of Sweden is honored to be such an important conference. There are a quantity of refugees who have been displaced from the Middle East from several countries. They are 5.3% of the population of our society. We have provided them with everything necessary for a good life and work to integrate them into a society. But our government position has challenged society and it doesn't support them through its hazards, including the party returning refugees to their countries. We see that countries that have withstood wars and crises have become safe can be returned and however, disaster struck Ukraine, Chernobyl, we have noticed high levels of radioactivity in the atmosphere and demand an explanation. Our Swedish outreach makes the growing radiation levels in Europe domains and we know the world that a nuclear disaster had occurred somewhere in the USSR.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
Yes.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Netherlands, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, for more than 30 years, the Netherlands has been accepting refugees and granting asylum to those in danger in their country. The Netherlands believes that helping one another is a must to build a better world. And to help those in need, the Netherlands offers an allowance. Asylum seekers have access to healthcare and are insured for most medical expenses. Furthermore, between the 1st of January 2014 and the 1st of July 2016, over 44,000 Syrians were granted temporary protection in the Netherlands. On the other hand, after the Chernobyl accident on 1986, the UN, which the Netherlands is part of, along with other countries, have been leading recovery and helping development efforts to help the affected region. As of the latest events, Russia was briefly in control of the nuclear power plant following its invasion on Ukraine, and it has caused certain issues that could lead to further danger. As a member of NATO, the EU, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the Netherlands is in close consultation with other countries on this situation, as well as supporting EU sanctions against Russia. The Netherlands is also providing military goods to Ukraine. The delegate of the Netherlands suggests that proper care and supervision of the power plant need to be set, seeing as the effects are still ongoing and not decreasing in danger. The delegate of the Netherlands hopes for a fruitful debate. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate give the floor back to the chair?
Sorry.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Afghanistan, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, did you know that Afghanistan has a long history of hosting refugees from neighboring countries? Can I repeat? Thank you. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Did you know that Afghanistan has a long history of hosting refugees from neighboring countries? In response, Afghanistan took a series of measures and policies for hosting refugees from the Middle East, even though the native people there were suffering from many economic and social challenges. Afghanistan has been working closely with the international community to provide support for refugees. This includes access to education, healthcare, and employment opportunities. Hence, working together to promote international cooperation and community integration is a must to ensure that all parties are treated fairly. Afghanistan remains committed to hosting refugees from the Middle East with the support of the international community. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Kuwait, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable chairs, fellow delegates, the UN reports more than 16 million Middle Eastern refugees around the world today. What a huge number. The issue of displaced people and refugees is one of the major issues of the day, making it a global responsibility to lessen the number of refugees and to protect their rights and well-being. And for that, UNHCR are focusing on refugees and IDPs in Kuwait. The government of Kuwait contributed more than $435 million over the past decade, channeled through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development. By mid-2018, Kuwait hosted 1,122 UNHCR registered refugees, mostly from Iraq, Somalia, and Iran. Furthermore, as most may know, the Chernobyl disaster was a catastrophic nuclear accident that occurred in Ukraine in 1986. Kuwait did not have a direct role in this disaster. However, Kuwait was one of the many countries that were affected by the fallout from the accident. After all, Kuwait did contribute to the international relief effort that was launched to help the affected areas. The delegate of Kuwait is honored to be able to promote his country at this level, and we would like to find a solution to these topics.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yielded.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of the UAE, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Point of personal privilege.
Right.
Bathroom.
Yes. May one of the admins please escort the delegate of Ukraine to the bathroom?
Honorable Dais, fellow delegates. One of the most pressing issues confronting the globe today is the issue of displaced people and refugees. With the international community prioritizing the reduction of refugees. For that, at the start of 2019, the UAE provided winter funding over $4 million for Syrians in Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, Greece, and Egypt. The UAE also funds and runs via the Emirati Red Crescent the Marjib Al Fhud refugee camp in Jordan, hosting approximately 6,500 Syrian refugees. Furthermore, as most may know, the Chernobyl accident occurred in 1986 was a downfall to many countries and Ukraine itself. Concerning that, many children were left without parents after the accident. The UAE was affected by radioactive releases from Chernobyl. Regardless of that, the UAE hosted 60 children from Ukraine, most of them from the area devastated by the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. The delegate of UAE is honored to be able to promote his country at this level and would like to find a solution to these topics. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Syria, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Yes, Delegate. Delegate, can you please speak into the microphone?
Point of information, was Yemen skipped
For what roll call?
the opening speech?
No, Delegate.
Okay.
Dear honorable delegates and most esteemed chairs, with the delegation of Syria
like to talk about the problems of developing policies to ensure refugees and migrants are able to work and contribute to their societies. We believe that this is an important issue to mention because we, the people of Syria, we had over 7 million people who were displaced by undergoing wars by nearby countries. We and you should be aware of the situation. We believe that this is a bad, more than words can explain.
Thank you, Delegate. Does Delegate yield the floor back to the Chair?
I yield the floor back to the Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Yemen, it appears that you have been missed. Delegate of Yemen, can you please approach the podium to present your opening speech? Thank you, Delegate.
Honorable chairs, fellow delegates, the delegation of Yemen would like to introduce the topics that will be further discussed during today's conference, as well as mention the policies we may currently have in place regarding said topics. Yemen currently does not have a policy for either topic, but its stance is one that gives thought to the well-being of refugees, believes in humanitarian aid. While Yemen currently does not have a policy nor stance regarding the issue of the effects of Chernobyl in Ukraine, wishes to establish one throughout the debate. According to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, by 2018, only 4.7% of refugee resettlement needs were met. Resettlement continues to be a crucial tool for maintaining the safety of some of the most vulnerable individuals or those with unique needs that cannot be satisfied. Yemen has hosted 99,965 refugees and asylum seekers by the end of 2022 and urges that we focus on resettlement throughout the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the Delegate yield the floor back to the Chair?
Yield it.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Australia, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable delegates and most esteemed chairs, we as a delegation of Australia would like to address the issue of Middle Eastern refugees seeking asylum, as we believe that it is a critical issue that must be addressed. And we are disappointed in the efforts that the European Union has put in place. We believe that we as a nation can do better by promoting humanitarian resources through the use of organizations and funding more. We believe through our methods, we will be able to solve this troubling crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the Delegate yield the floor back to the Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Delegate. Yes, Delegate.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, Delegate, please rise and state your point of personal privilege.
I need to use the bathroom.
Okay, Delegate, may the admin please escort the Delegate to the bathroom. Delegates, please refrain from referring to yourselves using I or personal pronouns. We are in formal session. Thank you, Delegates. Delegate of Turkey, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Yes, Delegate of the United States. Thank you for that note. Delegate of Australia, please. Yes, Delegate.
Point of personal privilege, may the delegate of the United Kingdom use the bathroom?
Granted, Delegate. May one of the admins please escort the Delegate of United Kingdom to the bathroom. Thank you, Delegate.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates. The Chernobyl accident that occurred in Ukraine 1986 led to 90,000 people being evacuated, as well as having several negative effects such as radiation sickness, psychological issues, death, and more. Turkey has made donations to the CSF, which has raised 1.6 billion euros. Turkey is making commendable efforts to provide registered refugees with access to basic rights and services, including education and healthcare. Turkey is planning to partner with the UN, HCR, and the PDMM to help get refugees in Turkey their needs, plus offering mental health professionals to aid kids and adults with the help of AMNA, in addition to helping counsel on foundations to prepare for future disasters. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yield.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Algeria. The floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Yes, delegate.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
May the delegate of Uganda go to the bathroom?
Granted, delegate. One of the admins, can you please escort admin? May one of the male admins please escort the delegate to the bathroom?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
May the delegate go to the bathroom.
Denied, delegate, after the other delegate comes back. Delegate, you may begin.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates. Imagine a world where an entire city is abandoned, a place where time stood still. This is the haunting reality for 27.1 million refugees. Algeria, a country of transit and destination, has 165,000 refugees within its borders. In 2007, a national refugee legislation was enacted to provide legal protection, healthcare, and education. Algeria aspires to collaborate with foreign communities to create programs that address the issues of social isolation, job competition, and cultural differences that affect both refugees and the native population. On the other hand, Algeria contributed $10 million to the UN Trust Fund to address the consequences of the Chernobyl disaster in 1986, which resulted in the displacement of 350,000 people. The escalating crisis between Russia and Ukraine has drawn Algeria's significant concern of the safety of all nuclear power plants located in the wars. Algeria is committed to the principle of non-interference, respect for territorial integrity, and the peaceful conflict resolution through negotiation and diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate give the floor back to the chair?
So yield.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of United Kingdom. The delegate of the United Kingdom is not here. Delegate of United States of America, please, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Point of personal privilege, please. May the delegates use the bathroom.
Granted, delegate. May one of the admins please escort delegate of Iraq to the bathroom? Thank you.
Honorable chairs, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests. The delegate of the United States is honored to be attending such a prestigious conference in the gorgeous city of Beirut. Firstly, the delegate would like to highlight the importance of aid and hospitality towards refugees in the Middle East. The USA, with open arms, has welcomed over 13,000 Syrian refugees in the past 11 years alone, not to mention the $6.5 billion that the US has donated to the refugees' aid. Just to clarify, 5.5 of those billions were donated to Syria directly. This makes the US the largest donors of aid towards refugees. The United States has worked and succeeded in creating ways for refugees to legally cross paths with a specific visa program. It's just simply cruel to deprive someone of a home. Moving on, the United States would like to speak about the tragic Chernobyl disaster. The United States was and always will be ready to hand and take over and help Ukraine, especially in these tragic times. Within 4 days of this event, the United States had found out specialized knowledge, and if that doesn't already say a lot, $240 million were donated to the Ukrainian government to help with the cleanup. The United States stands with its point and has only helped countries in which damage has been done, and not just countries who would like to be involved with the situation. The United States is willing to do whatever it takes for this incident to never reoccur. The delegate hopes for a fruitful and successful debate with many smart resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yield it.
Thank you, delegate. Delegate of yes, delegate of Lebanon.
Point of personal privilege.
Please rise and state your point of personal privilege, delegate.
The delegate would like to use the bathroom.
Delegate, seeing as there are non-admins to escort you to the bathroom, you'll have to wait until one admin can come. Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Denmark, you have been recognized. Please approach the podium to present your speech. Thank you, delegate.
Honorable chairs and fellow delegates, the delegate of Denmark is honored to be attending such a prestigious conference. Topics at hand are very important, and in general, these are problems that will affect us all. As a country, Denmark supports the immigration of refugees subject to certain conditions. Currently, Denmark has taken in 34,000 Syrian refugees. Most of the refugees are settling in, and a few hundred have already been given permanent habitation. Denmark has assembled a rule where refugees who have stayed there for 8 years are granted residency. Moving on to the second topic, the delegate of Denmark believes that Russia should reconsider building nuclear power plants after the Chernobyl catastrophe. To start, mining and refining uranium takes a lot of energy. Mining uranium affects the water, and uranium polluted water can affect human kidneys when consumed. Next, the cost of building nuclear plants is instead of building nuclear plants, the delegate believes this money can go to a more renewable energy source. Going on to more critical issues, radioactive waste is extremely risky for humans. Even at low doses, radioactive waste can cause cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and congenital malformations. Congenital malformations are serious health issues. Having a disability can ruin a person's life. Moreover, at high doses, radioactive waste can cause life-threatening diseases and death. Finally, certain states might misuse this technology and produce nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons can destroy entire civilizations and maybe humankind. Controlling the production and use of atomic weapons will prove to be complicated. The delegate hopes for a fruitful debate. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair? Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Armenia, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. One second, delegate. Yes, delegate.
Points of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
May I go to the bathroom?
Actually, I was gonna say, may one of the admins please escort delegate of Lebanon to the bathroom with the delegate of Turkey? Thank you. You may begin.
Honorable chairs and fellow delegates, the delegate of Armenia allows and seeks to uphold the basic human rights of uprooted and stateless Middle Eastern people who seek asylum or refuge in Armenia. Ensuring that refugees will not be returned involuntarily to a country who they could face persecution in the longer term. We also help refugees find solutions by sending them voluntarily to their homeland, interrogating in Armenian society, or resetting in third place countries. Armenian refugee status is granted by the Migration Service of the Ministry of Territorial Administration, and in structure, Armenia has accepted 30,000 refugees, 10% of these refugees being Middle Eastern. Regarding the issue of the effects of the Chernobyl disaster in Ukraine, the delegate of Armenia informs that the Chernobyl disaster caused serious radiation, sickness, and contamination. Between 50 and 185 million curies of radionuclides escaped into the atmosphere. Millions of acres of forest and farmland were contaminated, livestock were born deformed, and humans suffered long-term negative health effects such as cancer. Armenia signed an agreement with CIS countries that aims to protect the rights of the participants in the Chernobyl cleanup and other disasters. More than 3,000 Armenians participated in the liquidation of actions from 1986 to 1991. People from different organizations such as the Metsamor nuclear plant, miners from ARPA-7, and many others were sent to the Chernobyl to perform many actions and various tasks. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair? Delegate of the United Kingdom, you have been recognized. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Thank you, delegate.
Point of information. Was Georgia skipped over?
No, delegate.
Point of information.
Yes, delegate.
Who's watching this live?
The chair has no idea.
Honorable chairs, fellow delegates.
The UK has historically been a destination for refugees from around the world, specifically in the Middle East. However, the UK's government stance on hosting Middle Eastern refugees has been debated and criticized in recent years. Like for not doing enough to support refugees from conflicts such as the Syrian civil war. Since the UK and UNHCR have worked hand in hand, and the UK has now accepted over 230,000 refugees. During the UK's presence in the European Union, concerns and critics were raised about the UK's policy of outsourcing its asylum. Outsourcing it to third-party countries such as Greece and Turkey. After the UK departed from the EU in 2020, they were not subjected to the shortcut anymore. This forced the UK to further its asylum cases. The UK is a country of immigrants, many of whom are Arab, and are remarkably one of the biggest developers in the UK. So it comes to no surprise that most UK citizens and natives believe refugees have the potential to enter new countries and embark on a career that contributes positively to the economy of the UK. As for the second topic at hand, the UK is taking close attention and precautions to not let the Chernobyl crisis affect the UK. The UK government has banned all live cats like sheep from entering the UK. Sadly, farms in Wales and Cumbria have been affected by this radioactivity. So the UK had no choice but banning 9,800 farms from selling produce.
Delegate, please come to your closing remarks. Thank you.
No.
Please come to your closing remarks.
Oh, okay. This put many farmers in critical situations and in debt.
Thank you, Delegate. Does Delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
Yielded. So yielded.
Thank you. Delegates, just a quick reminder that phones are not to be used during formal session. Thank you, delegates. A delegate of Uzbekistan. The floor is yours. Please approach the podium. Yes, delegate.
Point of privilege, may the delegate use the bathroom?
Point of personal privilege, granted, delegate, yes. May the admin escort delegate of Denmark to the bathroom. Thank you, delegate.
Your Excellencies and fellow delegates, the Uzbekistani delegate is honored to attend such a prominent meeting. The Uzbekistani delegate strongly believes that refugees should be accepted by countries and states of high privilege and available resources like the US, UK, France, and other first world countries. Especially after the horrible disaster that just happened 2 weeks ago in Syria and Turkey. The delegate also believes that first world countries shouldn't have too much of a problem accepting refugees as they won't take up too much land or resources, being in camps and asylums. Meaning governments shouldn't worry about their economy being affected, nor should the citizens worry about the food market or house market prices skyrocketing. Not to mention the immorality of rejecting desperate refugees and escapees from natural, human, or humanitarian disasters, which are very common in the Middle Eastern area. Moreover, accepting these refugees could affect said country's image in a positive way. The Uzbekistani delegate would also like to highlight the effects that Chernobyl had on Ukraine and neighboring countries. Some of the main effects of Chernobyl are the 3,940 deaths of guards, technicians, and 211 Ukrainian prisoners held inside the plant by armed Russian forces. Moreover, radiation in dairy, vegetables, and meats increased by 80% following the explosion, as well as the likelihood of contracting thyroid cancer by 775% in males and 1925% in females. The delegate believes that the effects of Chernobyl are really bad, as not only did they affect hundreds of thousands of people by causing them to migrate, they also indirectly affected refugees from other countries, since the possibility that first world countries would have enough space or resources to host
Delegate, please come to your closing remarks.
The delegate hopes that other delegates see eye to eye on the preceding matter and wishes for a fruitful debate.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair? Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Georgia, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. The chair would like to note that the core members in the back. Can you please Dial it down. Thank you. Yes, delegate.
Points of personal privilege. May the delegate be excused to the toilet.
Granted, delegate. May one of the admins please escort the delegate to the bathroom. One of the male admins.
Dear delegates and honorable chair, the delegate of Georgia is honored to be invited to this assembly and firmly believes that all refugees should be able to seek refuge in any country, as people from all over the world migrate to foreign countries to start over for a variety of reasons. Some people leave their homes to pursue employment or school. Others are forced to leave their homes because of persecution or human rights abuses like torture. Millions of people leave violent situations, crises, and armed wars. Some people no longer feel safe and may have been singled out because of who they are, what they do, or what they believe, such as because of their race, religion, sexual orientation, or political belief. For example, during the Syrian civil war, more than 5.7 registered refugees, including 2.7 million children, still live in uninhabited camps, shelters, and in their host countries such as Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, and Turkey. However, there have been multiple organizations such as the UNHCR who are protecting immigrants, forced to flee and wars, and provide life-saving aid, including water, shelter, and food to ensure their basic safety, right, and dignity. Moreover, Georgia takes care of over 3,000 refugees. Moving on to the Chernobyl explosion. The Chernobyl explosion affected Georgia since the meteorological stations in the area
Delegate, please come to your closing remarks.
saw an increase in radiation. And moreover, it cost the USSR 18 billion rupees, or at the time, 6.5% of the GDP. To add on, the government economy was at a downfall. Furthermore, the location is still extremely dangerous, and the Ukrainian government does not recommend going near it. Even the former president of the USSR, Mikhail Gorbachev, said even more than my loss of Perestroika, Chernobyl was perhaps the real cause of the collapse of the Soviet Union 5 years later. Thank you. The delegate hopes for a fruitful debate.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yielded.
May the delegate please take his placard with him. Thank you, delegate. Yes, delegate of Algeria.
Point of personal privilege, may I use the bathroom?
Yes, the delegate may use the bathroom. May one of the admins please escort the delegate of Algeria? And along with the delegate of the United States of America. Thank you. Delegate of Qatar, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the delegate of Qatar is honored to be attending such prestigious conference to address the topic in hand. The state of Qatar has demonstrated its commitment to the refugee and forced displacement causes by donating to the UNHCR's global activities. Qatar has made financial contribution, yet Qatar only accepts a limited number of refugees. Foreigners already outnumber the citizens in Qatar, but Qatar has also donated millions of dollars to the United Nations to assist refugees. It has initiated a variety of measures to assist Syrian refugees, including humanitarian, economic, and diplomatic efforts. A member of Qatar's royal family has launched a 12 million education program to assist dozens of nations in funding the education of 172,000 refugee children. Moving on to the Chernobyl disaster in Ukraine.
Qatar has taken a neutral attitude in dispute, attempting to avoid taking sides between Russia and Ukraine, but it has been leaning more toward the Ukrainian side. The Europeans are keen to diversify their gas sources away from Russia, which now supplies roughly 40% of their gas. European members are now turning to Qatar. Qatar doesn't have the capacity to replace Russian exports, but it can help the European countries diversify the source of their gas imports. Qatar has been careful to avoid reacting to this conflict. The delegate of Qatar wishes to find a reasonable and constructive solution to the topic at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yield.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of India. Delegate of India, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Yes, Delegate.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes,
May I be
Delegate.
excused to the bathroom?
The delegate may, but with an admin, of course. May one of the admins please escort the delegate to the bathroom? Thank you. Yes, Delegate.
Point of personal privilege. May the
Granted,
delegate pass to the bathroom.
granted, Delegate. You may begin.
Honorable chairs, fellow delegates, and esteemed guests. India's stance on the first topic at hand, which is the Middle Eastern refugees seeking hospitality in states of higher privilege, is that they have always cared for and supported refugees. The fundamental responsibility of UNHCR in India is to prevent refugees from being forced to return to the nation they fled until the problem has been resolved there. In 1994, the Indian government received instructions from the NHRC, or National Human Rights Commission, to assist Sri Lankan refugees with their medical needs. Working closely with a variety of partners, UNHCR supports the government's and its citizens' efforts to aid refugees across 11 states. Refugees can nevertheless obtain low-wage jobs in the informal financial employment market. India has supported refugees and those in need and will do so in the future. As for the second topic at hand, which is the effects of the Chernobyl disaster in Ukraine, India is trying to advance with their nuclear power plants for peaceful purposes, especially since an accident like the Chernobyl disaster can happen in India at any time. The nuclear power plant's reactor number 4 experienced a nuclear catastrophe on April 26, 1986. It's situated in northern Ukraine, and the incident created lots of deaths. And
Delegate,
this
please come to your closing remarks.
this delayed India's advancement in this area for a long time. Yet India is making good progress in the area of nuclear energy usage for peaceful purposes. Without ignoring the lessons acquired from Chernobyl, the nation must advance on this front. The delegate wishes for a fruitful debate and hopes for a solution for the topic at hand.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Greece, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Yes, Delegate of Pakistan.
May the delegate of point of personal privilege, may the delegate of Pakistan go to the bathroom?
Granted, Delegate. May one of the admins please escort the delegate to the bathroom. Delegate, you may begin.
Honorable chairs and fellow delegates, the delegate of Greece is honored to be attending such a prestigious conference. The delegate of Greece believes that it's not entirely accurate to say that Greece does not support Middle Eastern refugees. Greece has received a large number of refugees, including Middle Easterns, in recent years, and the Greek government and various organizations have provided assistance to refugees in various ways. Greece currently hosts around 50,000 refugees, the vast majority of whom will remain in the country. However, it's also true that Greece has faced significant challenges in managing the influx of refugees and migrants, and there have been criticisms of the government's response to the refugee crisis. Moreover, Greece has been dealing with its own economic problems in recent years, and this has made it difficult for the country to provide extensive support to refugees. Moving on to the topic of the Chernobyl disaster. Greece, like many other countries around the world, was also affected by the Chernobyl disaster, which occurred in Ukraine.
In addition, Greece has been actively involved in international efforts to support the affected regions and reduce the consequences of the disaster. Greece is against nuclear powers, and Greece recognizes the importance of global cooperation in addressing nuclear safety issues and has continued to support efforts to prevent future nuclear incidents and improve response to and recovery measures in case of such events. The delegate hopes to find a reasonable solution to the topics at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So you did.
Delegate of Iran, you have been recognized. Please rise and please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, Delegate.
May I go to the toilet?
Denied, Delegate.
Fellow delegates and honorable chairs, the delegate of Iran is honored to attend such a prestigious conference. Countries all around the world treat Middle Eastern refugees poorly and don't give them the basic rights they deserve, such as proper shelter, medical care, and education. The delegate of Iran believes that Middle Eastern refugees deserve to be treated well. There are around 800,000 documented Afghan and Iraqi refugees living in Iran. They all have access to healthcare and education, and most live in harmony with local Iranians. Moving on to the Chernobyl effects in Ukraine. The delegate of Iran believes that the disaster was caused by a complex set of factors and not the sole responsibility of any country. The accident was triggered by a combination of design flaw, human error, and poor maintenance. Directly after the tragic event, Russia provided military personnel, equipment, and supplies for the initial response. Russia has continued to provide assistance to Ukraine in dealing with consequences of the disaster, including financial aid, medical supplies, and equipment to monitor radiation. Thank you, and the delegate hopes for a fruitful debate.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate give the floor back to the chair? Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Singapore, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable chairs and fellow delegates, the representative of Singapore does not agree with the concept of allowing refugees to flee their home country for the reason of being accepted in a country with a higher socioeconomic standpoint than their original home. The representative believes that if refugees seek first world countries, one of the main countries that may be seen as a safe asylum might be Singapore. Even if refugees will not come to Singapore, they will go to other countries for refuge. Allowing high level of refugees into your country will affect land distribution might affect land distribution among citizens, and the public image of said country could be tarnished if there are high enough levels of poverty/homelessness within the city streets. This could then result in fewer tourists, which will cut off a large income source to the country. Just this act could result in a downhill snowball effect that could ruin the country. Regardless if this motion passes or not, Singapore will not be aiding any refugees attempting to enter our country for asylum. On to the issue of the effects of the Chernobyl disaster in Ukraine. Chernobyl disaster in Ukraine was a very disastrous event that affected thousands of people in the surrounding area, gave citizens rare thyroid disease, rare thyroid cancer, and contaminated several food supplies with radiation and rendering them poisonous. Chain reaction of explosion occurred in the surrounding areas, leading to nuclear energy leaking into the water. These caused slight mutations in the people and newborn children. All these effects resulted in over 300,000 people evacuating the surrounding countries. The current events occurring between Russia and Ukraine is very terrifying for all countries involved and the neutral ones as well. Ukraine still uses nuclear energy in the southern part of the country, and with the threat of Russia using missiles against Ukraine, it might cause another disaster. Singapore is an island which has no natural resources, meaning the country is completely dependent on imports from other more fortunate countries. One of these trade routes are affected, such as the Mediterranean corridor, which is a global trade route, exporting materials from the Middle East to corners of the globe. It would be disastrous if another more volatile explosion occurs, which might affect this complex trade route.
Delegate, please come to your closing remarks.
for Singapore, but also several other countries as well. When complexity is present, fragility is always one bad step ahead. Thank you for your time, and I hope this event would be more fruitful.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yielded.
Delegate, and please keep in mind not to use personal pronouns. Thank you, Delegate. This reminder to all delegates. Delegates, you are reminded not to use personal pronouns representing speeches or talking to the chair. Delegate of South Africa, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the delegate of South Africa believes that refugees tend to go to countries that greet them with hospitality, warmth, and a safe environment, which South Africa does. Some of the major migration routes in the country travel to South Africa, bringing in migrants from nearby nations. As well as the refugees tend to go to South Africa to escape poverty and political violence. They also tend to go there because of its reputation as a free, democratic, and developing country. Quite apart from the frequency of pre-justice and racist violence, South Africa's economy and relative stability continue to draw migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers. Moving on to the topic of the Chernobyl disaster. The Chernobyl disaster, which occurred on April 26, 1986, was a catastrophic nuclear accident that released large amounts of radioactive material into the environment. South Africa was one of the countries that felt its impact. At the time of the disaster, South Africa was under a segregation against non-white citizens, and the government-controlled media may have downplayed the severity of the event. However, as news of the disaster spread, there may have been concerns about the potential health risks posed by the radioactive fallout. Additionally, the disaster may have had an impact on South Africa's own nuclear ambitions. The delegate thanks you for your time and wishes for a fruitful debate.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair? Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sudan, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
It looks so good.
Honorable chairs and esteemed delegates, the delegate of Sudan stands with the topic of refugees in the Middle East in search of asylum in countries of higher privilege. Sudan has a long history of accepting and supporting refugees from neighboring countries. They have welcomed many people from different parts of Africa and the Middle East who have fled conflict, persecution, and other difficult circumstances. In particular, Sudan has received a large number of refugees from the Middle East in recent years. The situation in the Middle East has forced many people to leave their homes and seek refuge elsewhere. The ongoing conflicts and political instability in Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and other countries have led to a massive displacement of people. As a result, many of these refugees have sought asylum in countries of higher privilege, including Sudan. We understand that many of these refugees face immense challenges when fleeing their home countries. They often leave everything behind and risk their lives in search of safety and security. Sudan is committed to providing assistance and support these refugees, but they acknowledge that they cannot do it alone. They urge other countries of higher privilege to open their doors and hearts to these refugees and provide them with protection and assistance they need. It is crucial to recognize that refugees are not a burden, but rather an opportunity. They bring with them skills, talents, and knowledge that they can contribute to the development of their new communities. The Chernobyl disaster, which occurred on April 26, 1986, was one of the most catastrophic nuclear accidents in human history. The explosion and subsequent radiation leak was not only affected
Delegate, please come to your closing remarks.
Okay, so in conclusion, Sudan believes that we must continue to work to work towards a more inclusive and compassionate world that welcomes refugees and celebrates diversity. Sudan also paid attention to the effects on the topic of the Chernobyl disaster. So the delegate wishes for a pleasurable and fruitful debate.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yielded.
Delegate of Iraq, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech.
They forgot. Honorable chairs and fellow delegates, the delegate of Iraq is honored to be attending such a prestigious conference. The delegate of Iraq strongly believes that the refugees deserve a place to stay, and especially that the world treat Middle East refugees poorly. Iraq has been very generous in helping refugees and funding for places that they can go live in Iraq. Secondly, Iraq is deeply saddened by the Chernobyl disaster and is willing to help prevent any other tragedies like this from happening again. The delegate hopes for a fruitful debate. Thank you.
Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair?
So yielded.
Delegate of Japan, the floor is yours. Please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Yes, delegate.
Point of personal privilege, may I use the restroom? May the delegate use the
The
restroom?
delegate may use the restroom. Granted, delegate. May one of the admins please escort Delegate of Finland to the bathroom? Thank you.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the delegate of Japan is glad to attend such a prestigious conference. The matter of Middle Eastern refugees seeking safety in states of higher privilege is serious. Day by day, the number of people losing sanctuary and seeking refuge grows. Refugees are in dire need of support and asylum. However, while the delegate does believe that refugees should and need to be assisted, the delegate of Japan also believes that not all countries should be open to refugees. The country of Japan cannot be completely open to refugees due to the risk of overpopulation. The delegate believes that refugees must be accepted into countries that would not face this huge risk and will strive to help and aid refugees in other ways than providing asylum. The second matter that is needed to be discussed in this conference is the issue of the effects of the Chernobyl disaster. In the past year, we have seen Russia enter and invade Ukraine. Along with the Ukraine, they have taken the site of the Chernobyl disaster, in which labs and various resources were being used to restrict radioactivity from spreading even further. Russia has taken these resources, causing the radiation to become even more active, therefore placing nearby regions and countries at risk. Russia has also imprisoned 196 Ukrainian soldiers within the Chernobyl site, threatening and exposing them to the radioactive material. The delegate of Japan has distinguished that this is a threat to many delegates and citizens and believes that it should be diminished. The delegate looks forward to this debate and hopes for a peaceful outcome.
Thank you, delegate. Does the delegate yield the floor back to the chair? Thank you, delegate. Delegate of Croatia, please approach the podium to present your opening speech. Yes, delegate.
Point of personal privilege, can the delegate of Kuwait use the restroom?
Granted, delegate. May one of the admins please escort the delegate of Kuwait to the bathroom? Thank you. Delegate of Croatia, the floor is yours.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, delegate.
Can the delegate of Japan go to the bathroom, please?
Granted, delegate. Please follow the admin.
Honorable chairs and fellow delegates, the representative of Croatia is fully on board with the refugees living in Croatia. One of the nations where refugees are not only entering is Croatia. 6 applications for asylum from Croatian nationals living abroad were submitted in 2021. But as an extra precaution, the Croatian Security Department set up checkpoints for all refugees seeking help. The Ministry of the Interior will issue an official note confirming the person's status as an asylum seeker and will direct them to report to a reception center for asylum seekers within a certain period of time. This phase is usually called expressing an intention to seek asylum. From 2017 to 2019, 934 Afghan refugees settled in Croatia, as long as with 250 Syrian refugees resettled in Croatia from Turkey. In conclusion, Croatia is on board with Middle Eastern and European refugees settling in. Moving on, The Chernobyl disaster occurred when technicians at Nuclear Reactor Unit 4 attempted a poorly designed experiment. They shut down the reactor's power regulating system and its emergency safety systems, and they removed the control rods from its core while allowing the reactor to run at 7% power. These mistakes, compounded by others, led to an uncontrolled chain reaction that resulted in several massive explosions. Contrary to popular assumption, this accident has not had a significant impact on Croatia. On the other hand, the radiation has really affected the agriculture in Croatia, because especially beef and potatoes. That really hurts Croatia's trade balance, because one of Croatia's most trusted trade partners, which is Russia, was one of 3 most affected countries by the Chernobyl
Delegate,
disaster.
please come to your closing remarks.
As a result, it was discovered that the estimated risk to the Croatian population was quite low. To conclude, Croatia has not been immensely affected by the events of Chernobyl. Thank you, and the delegate hopes for a fruitful debate.
Thank you, Delegate. Does the Delegate yield the floor back to the Chair?
So yielded.
Great. Delegates, we will now be moving into lobbying and merging regarding topic 1, the question of Middle Eastern refugees seeking hospitality in states of higher privilege with resources and the effects on its native people. We have break at 12, meaning that we have around 45 minutes for opening for lobbying and merging. Delegates, now we're out of formal session, meaning that you guys can talk to each other. Okay, we begin.
And also, just another announcement is that we have a gossip box over here. So if you want, you can write any gossip, but please remain decorum, as well as no inappropriate language and or comments. Granted?
Point of personal advantage. Can the delegate of Saudi Arabia go to bathroom?
Yes, you may. And it's also point of personal privilege.
Delegates, please make sure to pick up any trash as well, because we don't want to keep this place dirty. Thank you.
Point of personal privilege. May I use the bathroom?
Yes, delegates.
Okay, we have 45 minutes. No one's allowed to leave the room. Delegates. Delegates, just a reminder that no delegates are allowed to leave the room before 12. We will dismiss you when it's time to go to lunch.
Haiti, to decrease the problem, we have to.
Oh, Valentine. Valentine. Just a small announcement to make, delegates. 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 Attention to the podium, please. When it comes to resolutions, there's supposed to be 2 to 3, and there's not allowed to be like 5 or 6. So please, if you can, make sure that you're supposed to be giving the information to the chairs, like main sub and things like that, because we want to make sure that there's only 2 to 3 resolutions. There cannot be more than 3 groups for the topic 1. Thank you. Attention delegates. So we have one block and Pakistan's the main submitter. We have another block and Russia is the main submitter. And we also have the third block and the final block, which will be represented by the United States of America, or we're not really sure who the main submitter is, but there's going to be 3 blocks for this topic regarding the refugees. If you are not in a block right now, you have to join either the delegation of Pakistan's resolution, the delegation of Russia's resolution, or the delegation of United States of America's resolution. Thank you.
They volunteer in the native population.
I mean, and here in Uzbekistan, my average income is $400 a month. It's not example from rural country. I feel like yours, yes. Everything's cheap, right? But actually, shutting it. Shutting it. Running.
I'll volunteer.
Yeah. Give them a chance to become better. Yes. Give them humanitarian resources. I feel like that would be better. I feel like they should be. Volunteering in terms of what?
In terms of for refugees to help with like language exchange.
They don't have time to volunteer. They're refugees.
Delegates,
They have no.
only one main submitter, only one. And then co-subs would be four, only one, and that's a strict rule.
Nepal itself isn't a very like, I don't feel like it's very self-sustaining. I don't like it sustains. Of course, it is not the only country that is underpopulated, but you are diverting from the original topic. We are talking about the nurse solutions. I believe it's really good. You are standing that. You are talking. But you're diverting. You're diverting. There's a universal solution.
It's for everyone.
Explain to me how they can apply.
Okay, we are all Lebanese, right? We're all Lebanese. Who would volunteer in that? Hypothetically, who would volunteer if it actually worked?
I'm not talking about whether a country. They're talking
Hi. What? What? I'm better than you. Delegates, Block 3, United States. I don't know who else is in Block 3. But you guys have to have a main submitter submitted to us so we know who's representing Block 3.
You're the one that.
Put in the gossip box. Russia. Russia, please make your way to the police. Guys, put in the gossip box. The delegate of Russia.
Sultan, خلاص Sultan. No, give me mine.
Manage the community.
I don't have.
That's right.
application, I wrote.
Yeah, she wrote. Yeah. I think if we have enough money for relocation, we should move them to places like the Sahara.
Wait. Is Western Sahara?
The Sahara, Africa.
Oh. Don't.
Desert Africa.
They have enough refugees there.
Collect funds from that big powerhouse and build something in the desert.
What are you doing?
You know what you're saying. Yeah.
You support Man City, you are extremely intelligent.
If it's a
Ayla Haj Musa.
they must go. Very important to the United States. Want someone? Hello?
I swear I'll say. Sure, I'm not.
Ryan.
Delegates, we will now be, it's now 12, we will go have lunch. We will come back at 12:45, okay? I want, everyone's dismissed. Delegates, everyone. Hi, guys. Can you yell there?
Delegates.
Everyone leave from that door.
Ryan, you have to take our stuff, Ryan.
And also delegates, you have to keep your stuff when you go to lunch, please. Yeah, you can take your food, everything. So make sure that this place is very clean and there's no trash. And it's the same as if it was in the morning, please.
Here.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello. Oh, Back, my lord.
Will Mohsen please exit the stage?
Shut up,
please?
Rida.
كول رضا كول رضا حجاج بليز give the show رضا علي حجاج
Wanna knock me out?
رضا please exit the stage رضا please exit the stage رضا I made this loud and clear.
Rida, don't go close to him. Rida, Rida, don't touch my.
Rida Marji, you like, I mean, Rida Hajj, you like kids. You love them, you think they're tasty.
Mohsen likes man.
What if I do? What if
Rida,
I
where
do?
are you running away to? Rida, why are you going? Why are you running away from the conference?
Rida, why are you scared of me? Rida, remember when I put you in a headlock at Leah Sporty? Rida, remember when I beat up the 10th grader? No. Oh, sorry. رضا حجاج تعال Stop.
That's for the resolution.
No, for the opening.
شو؟
بس هيدي مش شلهو ما بعرف شو اسمه.
بضربه
Yeah, it's Rida.
يا ما تكون غلط just يعني
Please get to your seats.
Hello?
Honorable chairs, Michelle Delegates.
I'm the chair.
Are you actually?
Yes.
For real?
Yeah, I'm the chair. Yes, sir. Get out. Get out. Now.
politely get the hell out.
I am the chair. Please leave. You please leave. Please leave. Better start moving. Please leave. Easily, you better start moving. I'm going to tell the counselor, please start moving now. You move now, you Syrian.
You're not.
I am the chair. Don't make me tell the teachers. You better leave right now. Yes, I am.
Politely shut up.
Yes, I am.
Honorable chairs.
Who?
Delegates. Ryan knows that we're chair.
Alright, as that, I take it.
Delegate of Croatia. Andy is not.
May the delegate of Hadi Hamoud shut. Hello. May the delegate of the UK please leave. I forgot.
Colin 4K, those will get right.
Wait, guys, are they still alive?
Oh, I have to read someone's speech. Raise me up. Oh, wait, never mind.
Sorry. Cristiano Ronaldo is not the same as Messi because Messi is better.
Who said that?
Me.
Who said that?
هذه الأمثلة.
طب عن شو عم تحكي؟
أنت عم شو عم تحكي؟
يا ساي اليوم ميسي.
Shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up.
Swearing is out of order. Swearing is out of order.
Shut up.
Please get to your seats.
You please get to your seat.
Ronaldo is the GOAT.
Ronaldo's not the goat.
Excuse himself.
Please sit down.
So, giggity.
Mohsen, that is
Yes.
out of order. Point of information. Yeah. I don't have a question.
You don't what?
I don't have a
Ryan.
question, but I want to raise my.
Please come.
It's very disrespectful. Please, delegate of Russia, leave the room.
Get the shoes,
Leave the room, please.
Delegate of Russia, you've been kicked out.
Hide your phone there.
Is this your commission?
You're watching the live stream?
You're not on here. You're not on here.
Blood.
Can the delegate of Syria please
طب
come to
خلاص
the
خلاص
mic?
غسان.
Like Hassan, you're gonna get in trouble.
And the delegate of Egypt.
Can the delegates all go to silence? Can the delegates all be silent? Can the delegate of Sudan stop? Can the delegate of Sudan stop? Can the delegate of Sudan stop nagging? Can the delegate of Sudan stop nagging? Can the delegate of Sudan stop?
No. Mohsen. Mohsen is getting
Karamasi.
kicked out of MUN. أنكر مصر.
Betul. Did you pass for the opening speech? Question for the chair.
She got split. Josh is speaking.
Shut up. لو سمحت shut up.
Oh. Please.
What if we like give them a
No.
Like that?
Have you seen your speech recorded?
Where's Hassan and Mohsen go? Oh, Mohsen's right here. Yeah, I know. Well, who's this guy sitting here? Oh.
most of them like kids?
May the delegate of Denmark please come to the stand.
Stop.
Please, can the delegate of Denmark come to the stand? Like
Yeah, the
Adam
delegate,
Nosa-
whoever the fuck is talking, shut the fuck up.
Shut up. عندك عيلة. Real Madrid's gonna win the Champions League.
Yeah.
And Liverpool can concede 3 more goals. Hadi. وينو حسن؟
Where you got the chair? Where you got two samples?
Jad. Jad.
Jad, get off the stage.
Knock Hayat out.
Jad, the person said if you're on the stage, she's gonna report you.
Adam. Jad. 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 What's your opinion on men?
Please refrain from using language like that.
What? You're black. Mr. President, please answer. Respectively, what are you guys doing on this place? What's your name? Oh, do it then. I should be.
Three minutes till the end of class, of lunch.
If the main tenant doesn't know what to say, the person can help them. Sometimes the other question can ask the person.
Guys, please go back to your councils. If you're not in GA, go to your designated council. Thank you.
What should I write for the 3 hours? I don't know.
Well,
How are you? Listen.
Delegate.
Which way?
The house is completely, you want me to open it for you?
Yeah, I'm here, here.
Okay, and then say, we're gonna continue with, and then let's say, we're logging and waiting for.
Okay.
2 hours, we stop, the resolutions, the resolution. One and 12 and two.
Okay, we're gonna stop.
We added 4, they have 2 more hours.
But can they all sit down first? Delegates, delegates, you may now please find your seats again. We have some important announcements. Oh my God.
Tulin? Adion. Please. Yeah, you? I'm going in a okay. I'm going to. Really? You were calling? Really? Hello?
Your Honorable Chair. 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 Ajudri. Chair.
Delegates, please find your seats, delegates. Delegates, the House will now come to order. Please take your seats. Melanie?
1 + 1 is 2.
Delegates, one more thing. If you have any leftovers from lunch, just be warned that you cannot eat in this room at all, please.
Delegate of Australia. Any soft drinks or any food is not permitted in this area. Please remove them. Thank
Okay,
you.
Yeah, of course. Okay, now? The House will now come to order. Delegates are reminded that at this time, all personal pronouns, side conversations, and the use of cell phones are out of order. We shall begin with roll call. Delegates are reminded to respond with either present or present and voting when their delegation is named. Delegation of Uganda,
Can you please repeat?
delegation of Uganda,
Are you president or president voting?
present and
Present and
voting.
voting.
Delegation of Germany, delegation of Ukraine,
Present and voting.
delegation of Yemen,
Present.
delegation of Belarus,
Present and voting.
delegation of Lebanon,
Present and voting.
delegation of Pakistan,
Present and voting.
delegation of the Human Rights Watch. Also, just a reminder that non-governmental organizations such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Organization will not be able to vote. Switzerland,
Present and voting.
Spain,
Present and voting.
the delegation of Poland,
Present and voting.
delegation of France,
Present and
delegation of,
voting.
delegation of Russia,
Present and voting.
delegation of Egypt,
Present and voting.
delegation of Saudi Arabia,
Present and voting.
delegation of Finland,
Present and voting.
delegation of Kazakhstan,
Present and voting.
delegation of Vietnam, delegation of Vietnam, Delegation of Sweden.
Present and voting.
Delegation of the Netherlands.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Afghanistan.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Kuwait.
Present and voting.
Delegation of the United Arab Emirates.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Syria.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Australia.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Amnesty International. Delegation of Turkey.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Algeria. Delegation of the United Kingdom.
Present and voting.
Delegation of the United States of America.
Present and voting.
You're gonna like write it down by yourself.
Delegation of Denmark.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Armenia. Delegation of Armenia.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Uzbekistan.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Georgia. Delegation of Georgia. Delegation of Qatar. Delegation of Qatar.
Present and voting.
Delegation of India. Delegation of
Present and
India.
voting.
Delegation of Georgia.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Greece.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Iran.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Singapore. Delegation of Singapore.
Present and voting.
Delegation of South Africa. Delegation of Sudan.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Japan. Delegation of Japan.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Iraq.
Present and voting.
Delegation of Croatia.
Present and voting.
Delegates, we're going to be lobbying and merging for the first topic once again. So we have Block 1 represented by Pakistan, Block 2 represented by Russia, and Block 3 represented by the United States of America. So you guys are expected to have a resolution done by at least 2 o'clock, since lobbying merging will be done by that time. You are now into informal session with lobbying and merging. Yes?
Point of information, can we change the main submitter? It's the Russian.
And in that case, changing main submitters would be hard since we already have them. But if you guys both vote on changing main submitter, then that's possible, but I think it's less unlikely for now. If you wish to change, then you have to make a formal vote with your party.
If you want, you may now approach the chairs just to discuss the situation.
We talked about making the organization organized.
Three. Eileen. Eileen.
Break is me, release and modify.
And they
Eight on. We still have to have two more before actually start the meeting.
I have something. If anyone has an idea, just write it down.
Rather than just a comment to pass, who made it the use of the.
We got
Sumian do tang 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 chang 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 lang lang lang.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello. Hello. Ilham. Party. You bombed them. You bomb Yemen. Party. Like I'm gonna write poem. Yeah.
You.
What's wrong?
Hello.
Oh, there it is.
What? Hello. Oh.
Hello, hello.
Delegates, can I have your attention for 1 second, please? Delegates, hi, can we stop talking for 1 second? Yeah, hi. Delegates, I'm not sure if you guys know this already, but when starting writing operative clauses, you have to start writing operative clauses with operative clause openers. If there are phrases that you have to start writing them with. Who here is familiar with that? Who here is familiar with operative clause openers? Okay, so I'm expecting every single resolution to have every single operative clause started with each phrase. Okay, is that clear, delegates? Thank you, thank you.
Hi.
Delegates, here's another reminder that the gossip box, it's actually a bag, is open to submissions. So you can do that now.
Also, another reminder, delegates, you have exactly half an hour to finish lobbying and merging.
Where? Oh.
خياط
Okay. Delegates, please make sure that your resolutions are in Google Doc format, as well as either a PDF or a Google Doc link, and or you have to share it with us. Either my email or Ryan's, please.
It was
I think.
Good evening.
Oh, it's really loud.
Delegates. Could everyone please submit something in the gossip box where we need to fill it up by Sunday? And this is a
No.
strict deadline. You must submit a gossip box
No,
about whatever you want,
no.
about us mostly.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Can I do something about other delegates?
But it has to be respectful.
Can you make other occasions, please?
Approach the chairs, please.
Sorry.
خياط خياط ده خياط. اقعد اقعد اقعد. خياط خياط يا عمود.
لا مش
خلاص what are you doing here?
Not gay. No, I don't.
Let's go there. Let's go there.
No.
Yes.
I don't know where
I
Hassan
will go to
is.
the. Yeah, Claire just go to the.
Because I didn't. I don't know.
خياط خياط خياط.
So weird. Why are you doing it now? I don't know. Oh, I'm gonna go on mute and security right now. Okay, escort you. I'm gonna escort him. Yusuf, escort him off, please.
Security will escort.
Look, Nahari, get off my seat. Get off my. Why are you in here? Get off my seat.
Literally more than the president.
خياط خياط عم.
Get off my seat.
There you go.
No.
Right, give it
Where's the paper?
Admin, don't give me ego. Admin, fire.
There, there's another chair. You gotta put something in the gossip box? Make it. I
Yeah,
think the
sure.
gossip box is there. Gossip bag. How are you doing? I want to read the other one.
Look at her face.
Oh, oh. First of all, right here is honestly discriminating. Discriminating who? After this. Thank you.
خياط.
Delegate of India, please raise your hand.
Delegate of India.
Delegate of India, please raise your hand.
Like, yeah, you would all.
Guys, hello, hello.
No, he's the boy.
Who's delegate of India?
Raise your hand.
Okay.
You'll find out. Guys, technically you're not supposed to be on the stage.
You're pretty. You're pretty. You're pretty. My favorite chair.
He wrote that for himself. Ryan Khayyam. Ryan, stop writing in the gossip box about yourself.
I know. Me too, صراحة. I'm not even doing it.
خياط.
I'm a chair. Admin, Amanda. 1 minute left of lobbying and merging. Actually, just kidding, 2:15.
2:15. 10 minutes left. No. We end at 2:15. For writing resolutions for topic 1.
We have extended lobbying and merging time to 2:20,
Final.
and that is final.
Maybe make it longer, please.
Delegates, as you guys are wrapping up your resolution, please keep in mind that you have to be sending them to me by 2:20. And the email address is, everyone write this down, okay? Is everyone ready? Yalla, get a paper and pen.
Yalla, say it.
MELANIEABOSALEH 2007 @gmail.com.
Repeat it. Please.
Okay, so it's my name, Melanie, MELANIE. And then it's Abu, ABO. Then it's Saleh, which is SALEH. And then it's 2007. And then @gmail.com. Yeah, of course. It's the resolution is always going to be main sub, co-sub, signatories, and on top of all of that will be the topic as well as form. No, speech is never included in resolution.
Can you say your email address again?
Sorry?
Can you say your email address again?
Oh, who's asking? Okay.
Uzbekistan.
MEL
N or M?
M for melons.
Yes.
Okay. Can you guys write it?
It's M. You're right. It's just M. Yeah. You just replace the N with an M. You double click. Wait.
Wait, I'll write it again, Hadda.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, it's not my name. Three minutes left. When it comes to resolutions, you never have a speech in the resolution. Delegates, may the maid submitters please approach the chairs. Maid submitters, please approach the chairs now. Wait. Hello. Main submitter of block 1, please approach the chairs now. Pakistan, delegation of Pakistan.
Block one's resolution, may you please bring it up to the podium? Block one, please bring your resolution up to the chairs, please, if you would like to submit it.
Delegation of Pakistan, if we do not receive your resolution, we will not be entertaining it. Yeah, we received it. Thank you, Australia.
We are currently sending the resolution.
We need it in like 2 minutes.
Block 3, please bring your resolution to the chairs if you would like to submit it. Block 3, please.
Block 1. Block 1.
Question for America's block, what block are we? Under that.
President? Sorry, Chair, hello? Chair, what, is our block for, the US's? Three? Okay, thanks.
Honorable Delegate.
Wait.
Hey.
Okay, yeah. Wait, okay, everyone, there seems to be a bit of confusion about the blocks. So we are going to address that. Block 1 is main submitter Pakistan. So whoever worked with Pakistan, you are block 1. Block 2 is delegation of Australia. So whoever worked with Australia, you are block 2. And block 3 is the main submitter. You want to change main submitter?
I have
Human
a
rights,
question.
okay.
The
Okay,
US is the main submitter for block 3.
And blocks, the US, okay? Block 3, the main submitter is the United States of America, is that correct? Okay,
I have a question.
granted,
How long is the speech supposed to be?
yeah, 2 minutes. Okay, hit the gavel. The House will now come to order. Yeah. Delegates, side talk is now out of order. Please find your seats and the right placards as well. Wait. No, yeah. Delegates, the House now will come to order. Side talk is out of order. Everyone, what we are going to say is really quick. So if everyone can please just settle down now and listen. So we have received 2 resolutions or 3 now. Thank you, Human Rights Watch. And we wanted to say thank you for the resolutions. We are going to be debating it tomorrow. And for the rest of the day, we are going to be lobbying and merging for topic 2, which is the issue of the effects of Chernobyl disaster in Ukraine. We'd just like to remind you that if you are main submitter of a topic 1 resolution, you cannot be a main submitter of a resolution in topic 2 for obvious reasons, just for participation and just giving other people chances as well. Also, we would like to talk with the main submitters of topic 1. So if you can please approach the podium, or not the podium, but the chairs now. But yeah. We're now in informal session and lobbying merging is going to start for topic 2.
We are doing lobbying and merging again, delegates, for topic 2 this time, please.
Wait, they're gonna be in different blocks now, right? Wait.
Different
We have different blocks for topic 2.
Yes, yes. Yeah, delegates, to make sure that your blocks are going to change for topic 2.
Okay, thank you.
Do not read the exact same blocks, please.
Delegates, if you have any more questions, please approach the chair.
Hello.
Chernobyl.
Okay, you have your. Thank you. I need to use your computer so I can get my play.
I love taking. I love taking.
Arab countries. Never mind.
I kind of made some.
Excuse.
I thought you were in Ghana. I thought you were in Greece and what's your Very good.
We're in Russia.
Prioritize this national with Ukraine or Russia. Like on top of the 16.
Marcos, Russia, and
I know,
Ukraine. Ukraine.
Hi, Mr. Wilcox.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Wilcox, please approach the chairs.
Someone's gonna cheer for the Arab. If you want to, because حرامي needs to sit in my group.
Mr. Abdullah, feel free to approach the chair as well. Feel free. Mr. Abdullah, please approach the chairs.
Delegates, topic two will also only be 3 blocks. Delegates,
Oh, okay, wait, American $847 American scientists funded the Ukraine.
delegates. Sorry, it's too loud, but 3 blocks only, same as last time.
I know. Trying
Three
to
blocks
answer.
for topic 2.
Spain is the big state. Spain is the state of China. I said, "No, you can join our government." But if you want to be neutral, then create your own government. Then the block side.
They go on to consult with other non-Muslim countries which are ruled by lack of fallback or cooperation with national.
It's YouTube. Wait, one second. No. I'm not right now. Here, you're gonna start writing them now, but yeah, it's head show. Let's wait, we're gonna change. And then after the diplomatic, because we want to write a solution for this, we have to like. All the plans about the new year. How to get the base, our vision is get people done. After coming at people not like this, then it's okay. It would be wrong. So sweet. And wait, hold up. Are you gonna play something? Okay, so we implemented Ukraine. Okay, wait, question. It was avoided the yeah, for the do some God have to speak about the God and watch them run to the Union Church. So if we decide to talk about it or something one day, we can go to and all we can do kind of is about okay. Yes, I know.
Good morning.
Victor.
Oh, it's all right.
Ryan, point of personal privilege. Can I use the bathroom?
Yes, granted, delegate. Delegate, wait for the admin to escort you.
Motion to approach the chair. Granted, delegate.
نفس الوقت بكره وهيدا نفس الاحد.
Point of personal.
Hi. Are you with?
Hassan Hajiz is a monkey.
You're with your friend.
Hassan Hajiz is a monkey. Hassan Hajiz is a monkey. See, Hassan Hajiz is a monkey. See, Hassan Hajiz is a monkey.
Hassan Hajiz.
He's a monkey.